noise. All right, that's going to do it for table one. Now it's time to meet our competitors from table two. Give it up for our first school. We've got UPR R32. Coming out first is Eduardo Garcia and his partner in crime, McGill Diaz. One more time, give it up for the University of Puerto Rico. And now it's time to meet their competitors for table two. Make some noise for WashU. For WashU, it's Dejan Shea and Brian Sun. One more time, give it up for WashU for table two.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're here at the Collegiate National Championships in Rockford, Illinois. We're starting out this morning with our men's doubles round of 32. So, University of Puerto Rico versus WashU. I have people ask me, WashU, where's WashU? Logan Zimmerman, where is WashU?
Got to put me on the spot. They're right here at NCTTA playing.
Yeah, today they're here. But usually they're in St. Louis. That's it makes no sense to me, but it's WashU St. Louis. So it'll be a pretty interesting match. It's not a super high divide, 700 points. You know, that should be pretty tight. So hopefully if you're a big fan of the sport of table tennis, you'll get to enjoy some good matches with us here.
Oh yeah, and even if there's just even if there's 200 points of disparity between two players, you can still get a lot of fireworks, and there's been upsets, and that's how people climb the ranks.
Exactly, and you know, these guys play together all the time. You know, it's not like some events you go to and you pick up a doubles partner. These guys have played throughout the whole season together, and so they really know what everybody wants to do.
Well, it looks like we're already here on the table with two pairs of a right and a left-handed player.
Yeah, this is the preferred pairing, one righty, one lefty, because it just opens up the forehand attack angle so much quicker. So right now they're in their 2-minute warm-up. All games are best of 5, games to 11. And with the doubles, you know, you got to serve diagonal, and each server gets 2 serves. So for a lot of people, I'm rehashing the obvious, but for new people, I want to make sure you understand exactly what's happening.
Now, for table tennis versus other racket sports that have serving boxes, how does the diagonal work? Do they alternate from one to the other? Do they stay?
Yeah, it's only in the service game. So you'll see that they have to serve from the right-hand section as you're looking at the view on the screen. It'll be from the right hand to the left hand. And once the returner has returned 2 serves, he then becomes the server. And the returners will switch on the other side. And when it gets to, if and when it gets to a 5th game, the first team, when they get to 5, the server stays the same, but the receivers change.
So that way they have to play the opposite partner. And if you notice on table tennis versus other doubles, you have to alternate every shot. So each player has to take a chance to hit the ball. You can't have one player hitting multiple shots.
Yeah, so it really, the more balanced you can have your team, the better it is for your results.
Well, and that's another thing now that we're talking about that when you look at ratings. If you have a really stable, let's say, B player and a really good attacking A player, you know, they just have to not make mistakes as the lower rated player, and the other player can take over the game.
Yep. So here we go.
All right, little service fault to start the game off.
Yeah, he was nice enough to call a let on the first point. He doesn't have to because it's a clear rules infraction. But, you know, a little bit of pressure here, and, you know, umpires don't want to get involved. So you can see, you know, even though there's a bit of a rating disparity, it's 1-1.
Now, if you notice, the WashU, when he puts his hand down below the table, he's giving a signal to his partner.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of the better teams, not the server, but his partner,
The receiver,
will make the call on what he wants him to serve.
And that makes a lot of sense because they're the first ones to open the matchup.
Yep.
Or the point up. Okay, going for a wide angle and just missing off the side of the table. We are 2-2.
It's funny, both of the first servers for each team had the same issue with where they started the ball. They actually started with the ball over the top of the table, which is a fault. So when you're serving, your hand and the ball in your hand has to be behind the end line of the table. Your hand can be partially over the table, but the ball itself has to be behind it. And sometimes guys just put their hand and start with the ball over the table.
All right, UPR with a nice opening forehand attack.
That's the advantage of that lefty angle. Especially when it's lefty versus lefty.
Oh, great counter there. The server had a little bit of a loose serve that popped up. I thought that flick was going to be for a winner, but his teammate stepped in and got a nice counter.
Faison came up with a really nice play, nice soft control on the hands.
So now we're actually seeing a little bit of pressure being felt by the higher seeded team. And if you note it, their body, their expressions, their mannerisms,
you can see it.
They're already feeling like things aren't going their way.
Yeah, they were up, now they're behind. So that was a 4-point swing. There's the pressure of the competition.
Ooh, wonderful. It's hard to see when you're watching at home, but the spin on that ball was just incredible.
Yeah, it looked kind of slow. And I always tell the people that I coach, hey, if it's slow,
it's spinning.
It's going to be spinning. And when it's that much spin, you actually have to hit the top of the ball. You don't want to hit the back. And if you mistime it, it's going to do exactly what happened there.
Oh, wonderful push to the elbow to get the weak receive, and then his partner opened up really strong.
Unexpected high ball. It's one of the things the server makes a good serve, but his partner isn't ready for it. It pops up straight in front of him, and he's ready for a lower return.
Ooh, a little bit of a dead ball flick there. Kind of take all the spin off of it, and then it's hard to control and get it back down on the table. Ooh, he went for it again, but they didn't fall for it. Although, good counterattack.
Yeah, he almost needed to make it even wider, slow it down, take it a little wider. He actually hurt his partner by going with a strong attack there. Oh, nice spin.
Just playing for too much of an angle there.
You almost have to do that when the next player is a lefty, as a righty. You want to make them stretch as much as possible.
All right, now let's see if WashU, they have the serve, so they have a nice little advantage for the next 2 points if they can manage to set up some good attacks. Ooh.
Nice, like I said, nice and slow, super heavy spin. So Puerto Rico gets the first game in 11-8. and with some good points in the mix there. And you got to see each team kind of feeling them out what's happening. So it's going to be interesting to see going forward the strategy changes.
Yeah, and oftentimes when two players potentially haven't met each other and they're playing for the first time, you see a lot of service errors or just loose serves, not necessarily an outright error, but a ball that pops up or it's a little weak. Or
especially on the serve, you'll see that players are tight.
Yeah,
and
for the first match.
For the first match. And the ball isn't as spinny as they really want it. It isn't in the spots they really want it because mechanically their body's tight. You can see that Puerto Rico guys are kind of stretching and trying to keep loose.
Over in the corner.
Yeah. That's the end of their 1 minute break. So as you start, you can choose who starts to serve. So the umpire is clarifying who's going to start, so he knows who to, for Puerto Rico, who's going to be returning.
Yeah, but even though who's starting, the other team has to make sure the receiver is receiving the opposite.
Right, because
from
any
what
points
they received
played,
the first game.
Yeah, any points played, if the order's incorrect, do count.
And even so, sometimes these players, when you have to be forced to serve from that corner, and you say, oh, you serve from outside the table, as a single, they won't necessarily serve that way.
Right, so they're starting uncomfortably. But as a lefty, I think you would be kind of used to serving from there.
From all the way left?
Oh, yeah. Line? Oh, yeah.
I guess if you're fast enough to get to your forehand.
I mean, it's all strategy at that point. Because a lot of the lefties have a very short serve,
very wide angle.
Yeah.
My goodness, the lefties drive me crazy with that one. Ooh, great backhand.
I think the guys from Puerto Rico are starting to feel it a little bit now.
Now, that was interesting. He almost guessed a little bit. There's anticipation, but he moved early to take that inside-out backhand.
Yeah, that was kind of tricky because he almost blocked his partner.
Ooh, just a little bit more spin, and that would have come down.
But I think the ball coming in didn't have as much as he anticipated. So he thought he'd get more spin to work with and didn't get it.
So Darley with a nice top spin reverse pendulum serve.
Of the two Puerto Rico players, he has shown more of the creativity on the service side.
But Castellano definitely has like a really nice opening, very safe, very spinny. Right there.
Yeah. Perfect. Good call. Look, it's like you've done commentary before.
Maybe once or twice.
So I won't play you in poker if you're that good at the body read.
So ball, again, like you were saying, a little bit less spin than anticipated. As players get more nuanced with their feel, they can kind of add spin or take spin away, and that's what makes this game so tricky.
He's just trying to do too much.
Now, at least they could afford to do that at this point in this game. But you never want to see it. So wonderful, that slow spin. That was just
wide.
Very technically sound right there. Now, you saw Darley cheat that angle again, but in doubles, it's got to only go to half of the table, so it makes it a little easier.
And he's so long.
Just to.
He can take a half step and cover a lot of table.
And most players with their forehand, they're not as good with the wrist to open with a flip because the ball's within the table.
Right, it's hard to get underneath it.
And WashU's been doing really good at keeping their serves as shorter serves so they can't open, because you saw what happened when Castellano, that serve came off the back of the table and he ripped it. Yeah.
So Team Puerto Rico definitely much stronger on the service and serve receive part of this game. And again, you know, because they've got to switch who the returner and who the receiver is, you know, that may not be as...
You definitely have matchups that favor one way or the other. And you want to make the most of the matchup that's in your favor.
Yeah, I think the beginning of the first game, the nerves on both sides really made it a lot tighter. And there in the second game, I think the guys from Puerto Rico took a deep breath, relaxed a little bit, took a little chance with the serves.
Definitely less animated, less of those
tight body language
of like, oh my goodness, what's happening, right? But coming into this third game, you know, if it's tight again and very close, and what we might have is just that this next rotation, the pairings are more comfortable for WashU. And then that's going to mean if they can manage to pull a win here, Game 4 is going to be really important. Can they step up in the uncomfortable pairing?
Right. It's always the harder part is finding that balance of...
Sorry for the lack of finishing that sentence, but on Table 1 there was an amazing point going on, and there are actually 2 streams. You can watch Table 1 or Table 2. Good action on both.
We like you on Table 2. But there's plenty of action, so we have the unique opportunity for
multiple windows.
Yes, multiple windows. Split screen at this point. Although we do have stream on 3 and 4.
So both teams doing really good to keep the ball short. Just a little misstep on WashU for that opening forehand.
As good as we've seen him with his hands, Fajan really should be not worried about being powerful. He should be controlling the placements and using his hand skills.
Ooh, and Sun taking just a little bit, trying to take that parallel to catch him in his transition.
It's actually harder receiving a lefty as a lefty to do those kinds of placements because the spin isn't quite what you're used to seeing.
I mean, at least Sun's going for, I mean, he has to have those come down, and if he does, it puts pressure.
Oh,
and a lot of the time when you are kind of the underdog, you want to go for broke because they're used to quality maybe a little higher than what you can provide. So now you have to go for a more aggressive strategy.
It's interesting how the Puerto Rican team has actually changed some of the dynamics on the power sides. You know, spinning the ball more, not giving them the chance to do the quick counters, you know, forcing them to play off a heavier spin ball.
And those tactics are forcing a timeout here from WashU.
Interestingly called by the coach. Both players were a little bit like, well, wait, what?
Well, and that can happen, right? You're on the table. You're just, all you're thinking about is, all right, what can I do? Do I need to change my tactics? Do I need to change the pace? Do I need to slow it down? You're not even, you have some sense that the score is out of your control. It's getting away from you. But that trigger in your brain to say, hey, maybe I can take a timeout. Maybe I can go consult with the coach and get some new ideas. I might be missing something. You're not thinking maybe that deep into the process. So it's good to have a coach on the bench that can help, you know, bring the outside perspective and tell you something that you're missing.
Yeah, it's easier to see things from the outside too, because you're so tied up with your partner and what you're doing that that third eye really it's
and it's hard
critical.
to keep track of trends too. Your coach can maybe notice like, hey, you've on that pendulum serve, you've popped it up 3 times now, right? So really pay closer attention. Brian Sun with a nice heavy spin, underspin serve.
Well, they know Darley wants to do the banana all the time. What nice hands.
The net tried to ruin that rally. But thankfully Castellano was able to save it.
And came up with a brilliant placement. Just a little overeager.
Yep, it looked like Faison just pulled the trigger a little early. His timing was a little off. He's a much better player than me, by the way, but just calling it like I see it.
Yeah, one of my students actually went to WashU, and she was pre-med and med, so not an easy school. Very strong in the pre-med medical field. So I'm sure both these guys are.
And that's an important point that we don't necessarily talk about a lot. These are student athletes. It's not just a regular tournament, that someone showed up to.
Yeah, you can't really practice 6 hours a day. When you've got a course load, it's probably super difficult.
Those super high slow spin balls are tricky.
Especially if you don't have someone who can produce that shot consistently.
To practice with, sure.
Yeah. If you never see it, the first instinct is to hit it because it's high. In reality, you've got to let it either come down and hit it or go get it. Get over top of it. Force it back into the table.
Lucky for WashU on the match point. They got a let call by their opponents.
They got to win 6 straight. It's a tough call. Can be done. I've seen worse.
How about a double let on a match point?
No nerves.
Couple millimeters shorter, and it's just in the net. But it goes to show, though, like how important they know the point is. He's like, I've got to keep this thing just barely above the net, or he can open up strong and
yeah, because there was a medium open, and his partner was able to just
a tight enough serve right there that just protected them to get him 2 more points. But when you're in this position, you just have to play 1 point at a time.
Yeah. Don't overthink it. Just play. Ooh, nice combination.
Very confident considering the position they're in right now.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose. I mean, and there's not swinging for the fences per se, but they're not holding back at all.
This point's very important. If they win this, they have a shot to come back. And so right there, now they have the serve. So they have the advantage in the next 2 rallies to start, and they can get this back to deuce. If they can pull that off, then we got a new game for that little overtime mini game that we call
the decider, the 5th game. Ooh, got him again.
So that slow spin, Faison was just having a little bit of a problem with Darley's, opener.
Yeah,
and a lot of people do, to be fair.
Right. That you see the racket speed, and you're really anticipating a ball that had more pace, but it's got way more spin, and did a great job.
But with a 3-0 match count, we want to congratulate UPR Arecibo.
Moving on.
There's still some action going on right now on table 1.
Yeah, they time it out pretty good to where our match play is controlled. There's not a lot of lag in between. So if you're here at the live stream and you're kind of looking at you can jump over to one of the other channels. And or if you're kind of interested in upgrading your game a little bit, you can go try Pika Pong, see what they're doing with technology. And Nintaku, presented by Paddle Palace as our ball sponsor, they carry so many different brands of equipment, so many different options with the woods and the carbon fibers. And it's nice they actually have a good layout feature on the website and in their magazine that they will send you when you order, that you can actually start to understand a little bit more how the different carbon combinations and wood combinations work.
And if you want to find out more about what some of these kids are fighting for and what may be potentially in their future, you can head over to Major League Table Tennis and find out the league that's been exciting for everyone that's a table tennis enthusiast, and hopefully bringing more people to the sport as fans.
Yeah, I mean Wednesdays, CBS Sports does do a weekly run of MLTT. So you can get on there and see some of the athletes that are here playing at that level, because we have a lot of international players playing in Major League Table Tennis and Olympians, multiple-time Olympians. So, it's a brand new thing for USA to see this quality consistently. And some of our youth here in college are taking full advantage of it. If you haven't been to Rockford before, it's a nice, growing city. I mean, we're outside of Chicago, so you can take a trek into the city or come back out here, and they have a ton of different. It's really a food culture growing in this area.
Oh yeah, I had some burritos right down the street from the venue. Man, they were delicious.
Did you go to Disco Chicken?
We did go to Disco Chicken as well. And the Tortilla Cafe, I believe, right down the street. So definitely some good stuff to check out here. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We just wanted to thank all of our sponsors, and we'll be back with the next matchup shortly.
two, Puerto Rico is going to take on UC Berkeley. That's going to be going down here at table 2. We're still waiting to find out who's going to be hitting that table against Texas London at table 1. So come on over and check it out. We're going to get started here in just a couple of minutes.
Nobody sees the hours, the empty rooms, the ones who stay when everyone else goes home. But the ball remembers every campus it's touched, every player who gave everything to get here. This is what a national championship looks like. We were there for the icons who paved the way. We are here for the champions of today, and we're already waiting for what's next. Paddle Palace and the NCTTA, trusted in the past, ready for the future.
Two matches at tables 1 and tables 2. Be sure to make your way over and cheer on for our competitors. We got 4 more schools coming to the table in just a little bit. We got Texas Wesleyan coming back to table 1. They're going to be going up against NYU. And at table 2, University of Puerto Rico is going to try to defend their title against UC Berkeley. It's all going down right here in just a couple minutes, so come on over to tables 1 and tables 2.
Welcome back to the 2026 College Table Tennis Championships here in Rockford, Illinois. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us, and we'd like to thank our sponsors right off the get-go before we start getting into matches here on table number 2. Pika Pong is a new technology company in regard to equipment. They've been helping us out, sponsoring some of the championship events. Major League Table Tennis, where you can see the best in the world come to play in America. One of the first times ever we've had a professional league in the U.S. Pong Space, if you're looking for a place to play, these people can help you find where you can play. And then one of our unique event sponsors is Go Rockford, and they've provided us with a really nice brochure of all the local eateries and breweries here in Rockford. So shout out to them for lining us up with some good eats, man. It's been an interesting few days here, finding some really cool, unique, local flavor, and we'd like to thank them again for stepping up and giving us the location for all the best eats here in Rockford.
I mean, I've already gained 5 pounds just setting up the tournament.
Logan Zimmerman, how dare you? So my partner here on table 2, my name is Roger Dixon, and I'm here with Logan Zimmerman. I'm out of Nashville, Tennessee, and Logan's out of the state of Florida.
Tallahassee, state capital.
Does anybody else know that? Just you?
Just me. And my daughter, because apparently they're resurfacing an old song from a show called Animaniacs, where they sung all of the states and capitals, and just that's all it is. It's the names of the states and capitals to a song. My 10-year-old came home singing it, and I'm like, that show's like 20 years old. How do you know about that?
So we get a kind of a refresher if you joined us for the first match. Team Puerto Rico is going to be, I believe, on table number 2.
That is correct, sir.
Because they were already here once, playing WashU out of St. Louis. We were able to get through a little bit nervously, but I think they've calmed down a little bit since then. Well, got things flowing in the second and third games pretty well.
For them, it's good because on table 2, they get to maybe earn some fans by watching their gameplay and showing off their talents.
Yeah, they both have some different skill sets.
I mean, they're both quite good.
Yeah, Darley's, long and lanky, and his partner comes up to his shoulder, and he plays the ball at that height. He likes to play quick.
So
off the
that's
bounce.
what I was just going to say. Darley is very athletic, but being a taller player, there is a certain height that it's just easier to hit the ball, which means the taller you are, the more you have to get down and use your legs. So your legs have to be quite strong. You have to be in good shape. And if you're a little bit shorter, like, it just helps because you don't have to burn your legs as much trying to get down as low. But yeah, they both played some really high quality shots, but they are going to have their hands full here with Berkeley.
Yeah, Berkeley, Vedcheth is rather
One of the
strong.
highest rated players in the nation.
So it's going to be interesting to see how they can contain him. Now, Raymond Zul, he just has to be him. You know, if he can just play his own game and not get caught up in the pressure to help his overhelp, it'll be an interesting setup. There's already been some pretty good fire on table one, but you can see that the Puerto Rico guys are relatively comfortable with being here on court two again. Now, with their 2-minute warm-up, they're going to kind of mix it up a little bit, but everybody's about consistent and just kind of getting used to what they're going to see in the background, how the ball is kind of bouncing in here versus the practice area.
Even being on the tech stream floor that we have, or SCUR floor, either way, the sports flooring that we have, it gives a little bit more grip. So out on the other courts where you're on the hardwood, that it, depending on if there's any dust at all, or, you know, there's tactics to clean your shoes to make sure you get grip, but here on the textured floors, like, you always have grip.
Yeah, and, you know, from my personal experience, you know, with a rubber matted sports floor on top of wood, the ball bounces a little bit softer, you know, so having a spinny quality shot.
Well, and then because the table's sitting on top of the rubber flooring, which you wouldn't think makes a huge difference, but when these guys have to be precise, like, we're talking millimeters of precision, then that little tiny bit of, you know, bounce, whether the floor's acting like a shock absorber a little bit, and that might be what's slowing it down or not bouncing. And we're talking like a millimeter or something, right?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. But it's interesting that you kind of want to do, this is kind of a thing with singles where you kind of warm up from one side and then switch over to the other side to warm up forehands versus backhands. So it looks like we're getting started with Puerto Rico having won. Oh, no, still doing the warm-up. It'll be interesting to see if Darley can get that backhand in as much as he did on the first round. Because this is a round of 16 versus a round of 32. So.
And the teams just get stronger from here. So the competition is improving, you know, your competitors that you're playing against. So you have to really rise to the occasion.
Looks like we're getting ready to start with Darley from Puerto Rico getting the first serve.
All right, now Darley with an interesting choice, changing up the serve, going under and then trying to hide a topspin in there. And Ved giving it right back with his own, you know, service that he got Castellano to pop the ball up there and opened up the attack for his partner.
And it's an interesting choice. As a lefty, he went up the shortest part of the table for him. But I mean, fully committed to the step out.
But Castellanos playing aggressively.
So the fifth person involved in the match, the net, has reached out and grabbed the ball.
So now you'll see the players are taking a towel break. Every 6 points, they're allowed to go over and kind of wipe their head off, wipe their hands off. Your hands do get quite sweaty playing table tennis.
And it's critical because you need to feel that vibration. And if there's a layer of moisture in there, it just doesn't quite feel right.
Yeah, that and or the paddle kind of slipping in your hand a hair being hard to hold on to. Not to mention it just not feeling good overall to have sweaty hands. And if you notice the kids touching the table, that's part of that, right? It's cooling their hands down. And sometimes it can be ritualistic. You're just so used to doing it, but for the most part, you're keeping your paddle hand cool.
Right. Yeah, and that area they touch is really not a...
They're never being used, yeah.
So anything you can do to stay in your own rhythm kind of helps you prepare for each point, and you know you're ready. Like both teams came out, it's 5-5.
Ooh, a little bit of the net interfering once again. Now, if the ball drops off the net like that during the rally, it counts for the team that attacked. What a wonderful counterattack there by Ved.
Yeah, that's not something he's uncomfortable dealing with. If his partner would have had that shot, it would have been a lot trickier. But
and you can see again everybody multiple of 6 on the score, so they're all going to take the towel break.
So yeah, everyone could have done that at 3-3 also.
They did.
And it's a chance to actually talk about what's happening or what your strategy needs to be for the next 3 points. Because it is a small pause in play.
And sometimes you'll have, if someone's winning by a lot, they're just going to sit at the table. They don't want you to take the towel break.
Oh, yeah, they will.
So it's important that you take the towel break and kind of break the rhythm up. Amazing opener by Darley, but you can see how Ved handled it. He's used to all the different variations, whereas WashU was struggling a little bit with that forehand. But either way, it was a just high quality shot. Ved just had a even higher quality on that.
Yeah, that's a comfortable ball for him. Where was a lot of you guys? It was an uncomfortable ball. A nice opening from Ray. Raymond's son with the nice backhand as a lefty, wide angle. Raymond's son. Son was the guy from the last match.
And that's what happens when you have a team back-to-back on the same table. It's like
still calling that same match. I mean, it's kind of hard to mistake the Cal Bears for. Got the bear on the sleeve, got it on the front.
But I mean, right here we have UPR actually with a game point. So they've see if they can close it out, but they've stepped up to the occasion. They're not going to let them get blown out. Wow. And that was just a wonderful, like, Castellano understood, I need to stay aggressive. We're not going to try to not lose. We need to keep applying pressure. And wonderful opening there. Yeah,
because Ved actually served rather safe. And it fed perfectly in to the aggressiveness of Team Puerto Rico. You know, he backhand opened that ball, and that's all he needed. Because I don't think Cal was really ready for them to be that aggressive at that point. You know, because often players will play not to really win the point, but not to make a silly error trying to be overly aggressive.
Sure.
They went, I would say, 80% aggression there.
And that's about the right amount as well, because it still applies pressure, forces your opponent to make a shot, if you're talking about, you know, going for 50% to just be super safe, Ved's so good. You can't
Give him that extra shot.
Exactly, because if you're not giving him something that's even a little bit uncomfortable,
Oh, yeah.
he's not going to miss.
So now everybody reverses. So we'll see when Ved's.
And yeah, what we mean by reverses too, like right now Ved's serving to Darley, but the last game he was serving to Castellano, and it'll alternate each game.
Nice steps right on the end line. Looks like having that opening round match of 32 has helped the Team Puerto Rico. They got all the nerves out and their communication's on point.
So every time you see them raise their hand after a serve like that, they're signaling that the ball touched the net.
Yeah, the players see it much faster than what the umpire can.
And for anybody at home watching, if you're not as familiar with the table tennis rules, the ball on the serve can touch the net, and if it goes over onto your opponent's side, you can do it an infinite number of times. The important part is that it has to go on the other side of the net. If it falls
and in
off
doubles,
the
it
table.
has to land in
in the service box too. Correct.
Game one at table one has been taken by NYU.
So there was an error by Ved, who was anticipating a little bit more quality on the return, and it kind of bit him because it didn't. So that power that he tried to apply to the ball just wouldn't take it.
Ooh, off of the net and still coming in bounds. Those are tough ones for anybody.
Yeah, when he touched it, it took off to the side immediately. Nice recovery.
Castellano was just a little bit out of his reach. You can see there he was stretching a bit.
But Ramazuga covered the ball into his body really well.
Ooh, tricky serve.
Mystery. No. What just happened? Now those are the shots that Ved loves to hit. Nice screamers low, just absolutely loaded.
You can tell by the release there, they're cheering that, you know, they're locked in and this is important to them. But importantly, that's a show of respect to their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's 6-6. They already lost the first. And again, like we were saying, you know, this is basically a 200-point difference in ratings. And anything can happen with that small of a gap. So Puerto Rico's putting a lot of pressure. They're not giving Ved anything relatively easy. Everything's complicated.
Oh, and Ved is all over the whole court using the entire show court here.
That's a vast repertoire of shots right there. Little crazy side spin, backhand shot.
Sometimes you just have to get it back over one more time than they do.
Seems easy, and people tend to overswing those balls. Because not only are they moving as you move, but the ball has to be exactly what you think it is. The wrong side serve.
Got it.
So it landed just inside the center line.
Well, Darley looked very confused. I think he disagreed.
I mean, he's focused on, Raymond. He's not really watching where the ball lands from his partner.
Ooh, and you called it earlier. Darley tried to take that backhand, that inside-out backhand from the forehand corner, and that serve was just a little too difficult. But follows it up with a wonderful forehand flip to open. And then Castellano came right behind it with a wonderful loop.
Yeah, that's a good blend on the team. Kind of length and power. And
I like how their team has a good mix of spin and power, and they can do both. All right, we got one more serve to go to a deuce if Team Puerto Rico can manage that. Ooh. And he steps
twice.
up.
Both times he kind of showed an underspin.
That's one of those serves that if you go twice and they read it the second time and murder it and you lose the rally, you're like, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
But when they really don't expect that same serve twice, it pays off.
Yeah. And there you see the striking skills of Ved just taking over that. To get the first ad here in the second game.
And a wonderful short by Cal to keep that ball in play and short so they can't attack it.
I think the coach from Puerto Rico is going to tell them, don't play soft.
Well, in this case, the touch from Cal was so soft and so short, they had to risk flipping, but they were recovering off the table, expecting the ball to come long, and it never did.
Right.
So now you're kind of in that no man's land where my momentum's going backwards, but now I have to come in and play a soft shot, and it popped up, and Ved was able to put it away.
Yeah, you don't want to give him an extra chance. So if you're going to drop, you need to drop away. Get the ball away from him as much as possible. Make him move as much as you can. Setting up balls to the middle of the table, you're not going to do
He's just
well
gonna step
with that
around
theory.
that one and take that forehand.
But I can see a little bit of Cal's getting their footing into the match play because they had the 2-point lead. Puerto Rico came back and deuced it, and then it was tight. And, just a little bit more experience level, I think, from Ved helped solidify the Cal team right there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. This match was very important. Cal ties it up, they can relax, right?
Yeah.
But Puerto Rico manages to pull off the comeback and go up 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's like, how well can Cal play with all that pressure on them getting knocked out? So we'll see if Puerto Rico can step up here and play on even footing now that the pressure's been relieved and it's 1-1.
So now it's best of 3.
Serving.
Yeah, it's just hard to track his point of contact.
Great opening as well. I mean, they're really going for it, and right now it's paying off.
Yeah, I think that's what the coach said. What are you guys doing? Why are you playing soft? Go. Rapido. So look, straight open.
And I mean, if you're the underdog again, and for all the players, like, you have to have some level of belief that you can beat anyone.
Oh,
That's why we're here. Like, I want to win the trophy. If you don't believe you can beat anyone, that's going to be hard to pull off any upsets. That was just such a great backhand there.
Yeah, he had missed a couple of those earlier where that ball was high and into the backhand side.
But he hit it when he needed it right here. And saying needing it still, even though they're up 6-0-1, the other team's quite good. You cannot sleep or play easy. But 2, like, they need to win this game to maintain their momentum. You don't want to give Cal all of their confidence back.
You get to 6-0 lead, you need to keep going. You know, there's no time to let off the accelerator.
A little bit of luck there. Our umpire calling a let serve. Oh, such creativity there. That little inside-out slide, yeah, it's not a flip, but you're working with the spin, and then from our angle, you could see the ball trail away from him, and that's why he couldn't reach it.
Yeah, and the bad part is even if he would have reached it, he would have been touching the back of the ball, so all that side spin would have came into play. What?
That was such a wonderful move.
Out of nowhere.
Darling,
oh, yeah,
that
here's
was
my
amazing.
backhand.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought you had me trapped? Handcuffed, released. Man,
it's that 1-2 punch right there from them.
Yeah, but the control on the serve, you know, he's really putting the pressure on the return, and his partner, if it's a little loose, is taking full advantage.
That one, Ved read it really well, worked purely with the spin to get it wide.
And, I mean, that's a great return when you're playing a lefty, is to get wide out on that far forehand.
With the side spin that was on it, it's pulling it back to the middle of the table. So he had to aim off the table to get it to hit the white line. Oh, and Castellano, I think, took the right line. Just needed to get a hair more spin so that way it would dip into, or flatten the trajectory out a little bit, yeah.
A little more early on the contact. And when you're a little late, you're hitting a little bit more on the back of the ball, so the ball has a tendency to bite more, which creates more lift.
That was great shot by Raymond. Just aggressive, again, talk about early timing, taking that one quickly and taking time away from.
Yeah, because you're used to a lefty trying to either widen the angle, but not necessarily come in and take it earlier.
Step through that beautifully, put that away.
Got that 3-point lead.
And giving him, you know, putting him on notice, like, don't give me balls that high, I can finish it.
Yeah, it was interesting. The Team Puerto Rico that came in to practice a little bit, I took a group photo for them, and they filled up the whole backstand. They got so many people here with them.
I love the confidence that UPR is playing with right now. I mean,
and the placements. The placements have been spot on.
Smart and confident, right? Very strategic. Yeah. And right there. Oh. Now, got a little bit of a tricky, sometimes those balls that are reactionary, they have more spin on it than you think.
Yeah, I think Castellano thought it was going to go off the table, and it just bit right on the end.
And this is one of those ones, 2 points, you shake that off. The mistakes happen in table tennis, you have to have a short memory. But I will say this serve is quite important.
And you got the right guy serving right now for Puerto Rico. This sets up so well.
Yeah, and I mean, his serve, he's going same motion, but different variation. And it just looks so textbook. It doesn't even look like it would be super tricky. Like some guys have big motion, lots of feints in there, and his is just very stock and very
A, B, and C.
Yeah, very fundamental.
And that's what gets him the game. I mean, the ability to keep control of the game with the serve in hand. I mean, his service game is putting so much pressure.
Yeah, that game specifically, like, just applied a lot, you know, of nuance in the receive game. And he was serving to Vet.
Yeah.
And you know that Ved's pretty much seen everything. So to see those loose balls, quite impressive coming from Darley.
Well, I mean, the thing with that is he knows how he would play the next ball, but he's got to play that return based on what his partner's going to get.
True.
So it really challenges him to think outside of his own box. So as a singles player, you're playing this ball to get this ball. But now he's going to play.
Sometimes you're comfortable with your own mistakes, right? So if I pop a ball up slightly high, I don't mind because I love blocking. And,
Right.
you know, there's something that you get used to, maybe your small misses, but your partner or your teammate, they're not going to play exactly like you. They don't have exactly the same touch as you. So it may make them uncomfortable.
So they're going with the pretty standard, not doing anything crazy. Because often teams will kind of switch around the service order to make it a little bit more favorable. But in this case, they didn't do that.
Castellano trying to go for that kind of high arcing, spinny top spin loop.
Yeah, the problem was Raymond gave him a little bit more incoming spin than he wanted.
Great footwork.
Tons of side spin on Darley's backhand. Makes it very difficult to decide where you want to touch the ball and when you're going to loop it.
And so sometimes in doubles, hitting the receiver is the easiest way to end the point. You just saw it right there, because if you can put their teammate in between them and the ball, then you got no chance.
Oh, he almost pulled it off too. Hit the floor, diving for it.
Hoping for the sizzle there.
Yeah.
When the ball hits the table. Those rollers and that sizzle ball is like if you know kind of thing. For those that love table tennis and are aficionados, sometimes a ball like that where they have to dive underneath gives you kind of the biggest highlight that you might see.
Yeah, because, I mean, you have the ability to just...
You hear the sizzle off of that
mic.
Right, where he was, off the table mic. Wonderful counterplay. Vet had such a good shot, but Darley was in position.
I mean, that's an advantage for Darley being so tall. When he gets those heavy
spin.
Well, he gets that heavy spin ball. It's easy for him to get on top of it. If that ball would have been going back into Castellano, it would have been tricky for him because he, not the big wingspan, height advantage.
Wonderful slow spin. They can vary the speed and spin so well, this team.
Definitely using it to their advantage, forcing the timeout. Guys from Cal kind of regrouping a little bit, going, what's happening? Why isn't this working? I mean, the strategy itself is actually quite good, but the balls that the UPR team is playing is really working out in their favor.
Yeah, they're playing really high quality, and like you were saying before, that 80% aggression is also giving them the consistency.
And it helps with your timing.
Yeah.
You're not rushing your partner. You go too hard, sometimes your partner has to kind of evaluate what's happening.
You make a great point, Roger.
Who's that guy? Yeah, there's when you play with a high-rated player, which I do quite often, you know what you're capable of.
Well, and you don't want to push your limits and force unnecessary mistakes.
Right. And
especially when you know that if I can just get a safe ball to my partner, they can make some magic happen, right?
Yep.
But on the UPR team, they're both quite good. They both have a lot of, so it's a well-balanced team. You can't really pick on somebody specifically by, I'm going to up my speed and spin against the B player, right?
Yeah, but there is no A or B. These guys are both ace.
Oh, and Darley again. You were asking, and he's showing up with that, that early anticipation on that backhand, and he's playing different angles,
and his
placements varied. Yeah.
With that length, he can get away with a lot.
That was a bit unfortunate. I mean, Ved kept that ball alive, and then they caught that little edge ball from the outside of the table. And even though it went down from the inside of the table, there's no way to not hit the top of the surface. And you definitely don't want to see that, but at least they had a 4-point advantage when it happened. So glass half full, we shake it off, and we keep going.
And you noticed the one that he missed was a pendulum serve.
Not the reverse pendulum.
Yeah, not the reverse.
The one that's been like his moneymaker so far for this.
I think he's so comfortable with that serve. He feels any pressure, he's definitely going to be doing that one. I think he wanted to slow it down and clean it up a little bit. Just doing the pendulum and it backfired.
And then right there, if you give anything less than a high-quality ball to Ved, he's just going to put the point away.
Yeah, I mean, that was only like 4 inches above the net. And he just made it look like it was 4 feet above the net. Wow, Raymond came up with a great return. But the guy from Puerto Rico stayed on it. Keeps the pressure applied. 2 points away from moving on.
And
There's
then
one.
again, just staying aggressive.
Now they have six match points.
And I mean, their confidence has really been working out for them.
Oh,
and the
just such
spin
a
just
great
takes
spin.
over. So on paper, we would see a small upset, but I mean, they played
Brilliantly together.
Yeah, they played a higher level than what we're seeing here on the score sheet.
Yeah, I mean, you'd see a 6-point spread out there in the last game, but I mean, if you look at each point individually, you realize that there was a lot of quality.
Oh yeah.
And, a couple little breaks here and there. The high ball edge.
Yeah.
He actually missed the high ball before. So
Correct.
It's like.
I mean, if they keep playing like this, I'm really looking forward to seeing how their doubles play pans out.
So they're on to the round of 8.
Moving on.
Puerto Rico.
Congratulations again to UPR. I'm glad that they were on our table. That was exciting table tennis. I really had fun watching that match. So
while these guys get ready, again, thanking everybody who's helped us get to this point over the year, from Pong Space to Major League Table Tennis, Pika Pong, Paddle Palace, featuring the Nintaku 40-plus ball that we use for our competition. Go Rockford for helping us here at this beautiful venue at the UW Sports Complex. If you get a chance, go and check it out online, because there's some really cool photos that do with all the sports that they play here. They have a bar and grill in the middle of the venue, which is interesting. Won't really come into play too much until Sunday, because the players are still working their way through the brackets. And so, kind of like the Final Four, you're in it till you're out. And so these guys are going to keep fighting, and we look forward to our next round here on Table 2. We do have 3 other channels running besides, so you can check out if match Table 1 just finished, and Tables 3 and 4 are still currently active. Don't get commentary, but hey, we can't be everywhere at once. So until our next match, Roger Dixon and Logan
Zimmerman.
Check it out.
Nobody sees the hours, the empty rooms, the ones who stay when everyone else goes home. But the ball remembers every campus it's touched, every player who gave everything to get here. This is what a national championship looks like. We were there for the icons who paved the way. We are here for the champions of today, and we're already waiting for what's next. Paddle Palace and the NCTTA, trusted in the past, ready for the future.
All right, everybody, it's time to bring out our next 4 schools and have our next 2 matches. If you're sitting right here, I need you to help me out because we've got players, but they can go love. So I want you to get loud and make some noise. Please help me welcome our first team for table 1. We got Texas Wesleyan. Make some noise, everybody. Here they come, our first duo here for table 1. We got Darren Douglas and his partner in crime is Chiaco Ueda. One more time, give it up for Texas Wesleyan, everybody. Now let's meet their competitors, shall we? Please make some noise for our competitors from UCLA. Here they come. UCLA has some fans in the house. For UCLA, we got Yu Young and Arthur Shea. One more time, give it up for UCLA. All right, now let's meet our competitors for table 2 coming out from MIT. Our competitors from MIT, we got Lawrence Young and Annette Pokelay. One more time, give it up for MIT. And now for our last school, please make some noise for our players from Cal Poly. Our 2 competitors from Cal Poly, we got Derek Fan and Victor Shee. One more time, give it up for all of our schools. I know some of you in the crowd may not be cheering at ping pong. That's like what I'm here to do. So I need you to get excited about this. All right, we got our final competitors to the table, which means you may shake hands and let the games begin.
So welcome back to table 2. That was quick. They kind of shortened us up a little bit there on the intermission between matches. They had everybody staged in the back, and we were not prepared for that. So this is interesting. MIT versus Cal Poly. 4 of the smartest guys in the world probably here on the table.
Everybody, some kind of developer, or
Engineering.
programmer, engineer. MIT has a beautiful campus. I've been there previously for some work that I did, and there's all kinds of smart kids there. And they had like a hackathon that we were sponsoring, and they were just 3D printing all kinds of physical things for virtual products, and it was really neat.
I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, a guy that comes to our club, and he has his doctorate in laser physics from MIT. He actually helps create the LASIK surgery robot, robotic technology.
Super neat.
Oh, super chill guy too. But he also has his MD license from Harvard. So that said, he kind of motivated. Let's see how motivated the MIT team can be here, because they've got to really kind of step up. Because while we talked about, a 200-point difference here, this was almost closer to 400 points. So a little bit of a difference here in the round of 16.
Yeah, the difference in this match will be a lot closer to like the first game that we had here on table 2, where there's kind of a more clear underdog. So MIT is the lower rated pairing.
Yeah, but that's already lefty set up, so they have a good shot. As we have commented, if you have a righty-lefty combination in doubles, it really allows you to create more angles and, get the match turned in your favor, forcing the two same-handed competitors, typically two righties. I've only, on the rare occasion, seen two lefties play doubles together. It's very confusing.
I could see that. But yeah, you're correct though. Like, if a righty gets a ball in their forehand side way deep, they can only come back to the forehand or go down the line at best. Whereas a lefty might be a little bit able to play an inside out, get that kind of wider angle, use the ball flight to help, because they can attack the ball from a different
outside.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see the righty-lefty combination didn't care about warming up the backhand at all. They played all forehands the whole time, which they should. When you're playing with a lefty as a righty, you should be looking to attack all the time. So look at the wide angle created. Really moved. Yeah, Cal Poly's got a bit of a challenge here. Nice serve.
There you go. The umpires are really on their service game, watching these players like a hawk this year.
Yeah, I mean, we had the toss over the table, and then that one
For height.
Yeah, she gave him a warning, though.
Now, the reason being, if anybody wants to know, we'll just call it 7 inches. It's a little bit lower than that, 6.4, if I'm not mistaken, that the ball has to come out of your hand, which means you can't put your hand above your head and drop the ball. The ball has to actually come out of your hand about 7 inches for it to be a legal serve. Ooh, very nice. Little bit of net there, I think I heard in the ball path, but
it was a smart placement. Didn't overswing either. Just
true.
See that? Could have waited and spun that in. Tried to take it earlier and rushed himself.
Well, and so far this match is actually a little bit faster paced. They're readying and serving so quicker than the previous 2 matches that we called this morning.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of nerves kicking in, wrong side serve. Papali has really taken control of this match with his placements and just very intelligent strategy placement. Still odd to me to see a lefty do backhand serves, because it kind of eats up some of the space.
True. It's like a righty playing their pendulum serve, covering the table. You're just kind of more in the middle where your opponent has to, or your partner, sorry, has to be ready to play. So you have to have better footwork to get out of their way.
That's more of what I'm used to seeing from a 2 righty combination there, where the server serves with his backhand,
I typically do, serve
that,
with my
yeah, it
backhand.
clears the whole table for your partner, and it actually puts you a footwork
Like
angle.
we see right there from Cal Poly.
Yep.
And you don't have to get out of the way. It just gives your partner the chance for the third ball,
the vision,
which is the
yeah.
most important, part of that serve combination that they're trying
And it
to
also
do.
helps you as the server set your feet to move wide, because now you're actually on that angle. Wow.
That was a wonderful. He really got a hold of that ball and lifted it up over the net.
He smiled on himself saying, I did that?
He knew he was a good shot, yeah. He impressed himself on that one.
He's doing a great job handling the serves. He's putting it where his partner's getting a chance to attack the next ball.
Well, now we're back up to all square.
Surprisingly, nobody took a towel break.
And right now, when you're making a comeback, because Cal Poly was actually down by quite a bit there, you want to sit here and continue to let the pace go fast.
Yeah.
So it would have probably been at MIT's advantage when they had like a 4-point lead to just dictate the pace.
Yes.
And when it's getting out of their control, okay, I'm going to go take my towel break and slow it down. And if you notice at the end there, they went from 9-9 to being down, and he rushed to go to serve immediately.
Yeah,
While Cal Poly had all the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, Cal Poly actually took advantage. We're serving long, so they could immediately get into those faster pace rallies. And it got them relaxed, I think, a little bit, and started making shots, which I think that MIT has a little bit more of a technical advantage. I think the guys from Cal Poly have more of a power and speed advantage. So we'll see how the strategy changes.
I thought you were going to say MIT is a more technical school.
Yeah, I could have went there, but it's too easy. It's just too easy. Kind of served that up on a platter, I guess.
All right, so we're ready for the action of game 2.
So let's see if Anish continues with the backhand service strategy. Yes. It looks so easy. But did you see what happened when it hit the
spin
net?
is super loaded up, yes. All right, so now the umpire choosing to actually penalize the team. They've been doing a lot of lets, and which means it's basically do-over. But in that case, they actually lost the point.
And it's funny because the next serve, he does the same backhand serve, and it's an outright winner. You know, he didn't, lost the point for no reason.
A little bit of late on the flip, kind of that full extension.
And he
on
wanted
his
to
arm.
run. He wanted to get away.
Kind of a double miscue there. The server got a pop-up, and Fan's partner was coming in for the flip, but hit it just a little wide. Ooh, a little bit of net there, too.
Both teams like that counter attack low.
I almost wonder if he let that ball fall a little too much.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he's afraid of letting the ball get too high.
Because at the peak of the bounce there, he probably could have.
Yeah, he could have let go. Yeah. He's trying
But that also might be his style, right? Let it fall, use gravity and his own,
Energy.
motion to create a heavy, heavy spin ball. So if he's opting for more spin than power, you know, that could just be part of his tactics.
Those guys from Cal, everybody pointed to the net. All players agreed on the net.
Which is good to see, because sometimes players might want to take advantage.
Yeah, if the umpire doesn't see it, oh no.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Wow, what a late decision to flip, but it kind of worked.
So now this game is getting a little bit away from MIT. And again, you have timeouts, you have towel break coming up. So we'll see if they opt to use the towel break.
I think they need to communicate a little bit more.
So now right here, right? Do they go straight back to serving?
Oh yeah, I would not have done that.
They could have taken a towel break.
Yeah, just reconfirm, although
it worked out for 1 point, but I mean,
long term.
Sometimes, yeah, you want to, you know, take every chance you have to control something. If the score's out of your control, you know, maybe you need to control rhythm, pace, timing, get a chance to talk with your teammate for a second. That was a sneaky little receive right there.
He looked so unready to return. He was just kind of standing there, and all of a sudden, inside out.
Like a Koki Niwa chop block style.
Oh, he's not ready. Oh, crap, he just hit a great shot.
Ooh, just too strong of a forehand opening there.
A little bit too much in the middle. You got to be careful when you go there.
11-6, game 2, Cal Poly, 2 games to 0.
So yeah, they weren't able to pull out any magic out of the MIT hat there. So there's Cal Poly going up 2-0. I wouldn't say as expected, but not highly
You have to wonder
unexpected.
if they lost a little bit of confidence in that first game, you know, having such a big lead. And hopefully sometimes it's a wake-up call, right, when you get beat by more than you expected. I know at times when I've kind of
You had a plan and then got punched in the nose and blew your plan out.
But at some point, like, right, you're like, there's nothing I can do anymore. I give up. But then all of a sudden you start playing free.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, maybe I'm back in this, you know, because your thoughts or, you know, the pressure,
Clouding
nerves, something,
yeah.
you know, and it was holding you back. And then it's like, well, I'm going to lose anyway, so let's just start going for stuff. And then all of a sudden you get into a rhythm. So let's see if game 2 getting away from them is going to allow them to be like, look, if we don't go for it, we're out.
Yeah, we've got nothing to lose. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's so confusing when everybody starts changing the return strategies around.
Game 3, Cal Poly to serve, 0-0.
There it is, the backhand serve.
0-1.
It's a nice little aggressive long push into the backhand of Fan.
It's almost a half long, not quite. Oh.
Ooh, in the flip. I thought it hit the table. I guess it didn't. I thought it caught the edge.
Nice long serve. Changed it up a bit because he'd been serving so short and spinning. He goes long, he gets an easy outright error on the return. Got to be careful when you serve that pacey that you don't give him enough spin. If you're going to serve long, serve dead. So they got to figure it out.
Or they force them to create their own spin.
Right.
That was a
Beautiful
good
shot.
get. It's tough, right, when you have to extend like that to have the touch when you're in full sprint and full stretch.
Yeah, and it makes it hard on the returner when you do get that ball in on tracking it because it's got so much side spin.
And it's coming in from a sharp angle.
Yeah, it's hard to track. You ask a soccer goalie, what's the worst thing is when somebody hits a faraway shot with a bunch of hook on it, because to track it through space is really hard. I think the guys from MIT are like, okay, staying balanced, not getting rattled by being behind two. I think the pressure is actually still on Cal Poly.
And those ones are always ones you wish you could take back. You go for the center of the table and you miss by just like less than
People
an
don't
inch.
realize that when you're playing the ball from the middle, going to the corners, you got a little bit longer of a table.
Yeah. Or you could just do that.
Yeah.
That's a
confidence
wonderful
right there.
shot by Fan.
Straight up confidence, just pow. Wrist back, wrist forward.
Yeah, I think on MIT, he really wants to go for that heavy spin, so he's letting him fall so that way he can try and just get that slow loop in. Which honestly, if you do it correctly with heavy spin, a lot of the time you don't get an aggressive receive back. So it's
Right.
almost, in a way, even though you're attacking, kind of a defensive tactic to give your partner an easier ball to work with. Because like you had mentioned earlier, if I attack with speed, they can send all that speed back to my partner. So a good attack could end up biting you. But let's see if they can close it out here. And they go for the wide inside-out forehand to try and keep the match alive,
Just
but
a
it's not to
little
be.
Just a little bit jumpy on that serve.
And I was going to ask in the second game, I hope we're not seeing a trend here. The trend works
The
out
calculus works out.
exactly.
Right? Divide by 3.
So now I'm wishing I had said it back then because I would have looked like a
Yes.
genius, right? Too bad. Missed my chance. But either way, we got a lot of good and exciting table tennis coming up for you all.
Yeah, the first part of that match was really interesting. But once Cal Poly made that aggressive comeback in game 1 to win that game, I think it gave them enough confidence that it really it didn't look like it put a lot of pressure on MIT, but I think just subconsciously they felt tight. And Cal Poly was able to run on through. So we had a really interesting match coming up here in women's doubles, but unfortunately it got pulled away from us. They're going to put that on table 1, and we'll see how that goes. So we got a little bit of break here on table 2, so please jump around the NCTTA portal here and check out the matches on the other tables. Table 2 will be active again at 11:30, and I think Logan and I will be back for that. We do kind of change up because, believe it or not, it's hard to do commentary for extended periods of time. So we'd like to thank everybody here from NCTTA. We'd like to thank everybody from Paddle Palace, Pika Pong, Go Rockford, and Pong Space, and Major League Table Tennis, supporting our athletes here in college table tennis in 2026.
My friends, everyone here, I got some great news. There's a delicious food truck parked outside. They just set up at 11 o'clock, so I know that food is hot and ready. Be sure to go get some delicious jasmine Thai outside of the food truck. And in just a couple minutes, we'll be bringing out the ladies for our women's doubles coming to the table here next. in just a moment. All right, everybody, it's time to bring out our next two schools. Please help me welcome to the court our friends from McGill. Here they come. Give it up for McGill, everybody. We got our first two competitors here for women's doubles. We got Ruth Sway and Christina Sway. Give it up one more time for our friends from McGill. And now it's time to meet their competitor. Make some noise for UCLA. Here they come. We got a cheering squad out here in the crowd. Our two competitors for UCLA, we got Angie Tan and Faith Tung. All right, everybody, we're about to kick off this match here at table 1. This match will be umpired by Quay Young. Once UCLA gets to the court, players, you may shake hands and let the games begin. All right, looks like we are warmed up and ready to go here. It's McGill versus UCLA. game one is going to go to UCLA, first to 11 here in game one. Remember, we're playing best 3 out of 5 here at this competition. UCLA is going to take the win here in game 2. Remember, we're playing the best 3 out of 5. And in just a moment, we are going to be bringing out our next matchup going down at table 2. It's coming up here in just a couple moments.
here we are back at day one. We are about to get round of 16 women's doubles underway. We have the 3 seed from UCLA, Carrie Flying and Crystal Liu versus the 11 seed of Minnesota, Jai-Yi Chen and Arathi Loganathan. Logan, you had some really great action going on this morning. I know we started off with men's doubles. We saw Puerto Rico in action. Texas Wesleyan was in action. UC Berkeley came out playing really strong in the opening round. Tell us a little bit about, day one. It's all doubles. It's still a heavy team format. So we're really excited. But what did you see early from some of the athletes as they're underway and they haven't gotten into their team event yet? But
with Puerto Rico early on, they looked a little tentative to start their very first game, but once they loosened up and warmed up, they actually played maybe higher than what we see as their rating here on paper, and they even, what would have been an upset if you go by rating specifically, they actually took out Berkeley, and they were just playing really smooth. So a lot of action. The games were fairly close, good quality rallies, but right now from the round of 32 narrowing down to the round of 8, we're actually seeing kind of a lot of underdogs playing the higher seeds, looking for some upsets. But so far the higher teams, other than Puerto Rico versus Berkeley, the higher teams have been coming out on top.
And that's something we definitely notice that can happen in doubles, because there is that factor of there being an additional person on the table. Movement is so critical in doubles, especially if you're looking at the righty-righty combination versus the lefty-righty combination, where that lefty-righty combination just allows you to just be so much more aggressive, opens up the court way more than the righty-righties, where they just have to move a lot more and be a little bit more in sync than the lefty-righty combo, which is exactly what we have here in this matchup. Both players from UCLA and Minnesota are right-handed players, and I'm excited to see how these players get around, which player is going to be the setup player and which player is going to be the aggressor, or if both of them are really going to go after their shots. Again, with them both being right-handed, they're really going to have to move quickly to give themselves that room to take big swings on the forehand.
This is actually the first righty-righty that we've had on this table. The first 2 matches that we see today were actually lefty-righty, both teams. And then we had a righty-righty versus lefty-righty on the last match with MIT's match.
Well, here we go. Round of 16 doubles underway. Minnesota to serve.
Oh, did you hear on the backhand? Sounded a little woody, almost like some type of pips or short sponge on that backhand.
You definitely hear some type of short sponge. You can see the pace that came off the blade and how slow it just kind of sat there in the middle of the court.
So in UCLA, it looks like we may actually have one aggressive player, one defensive player.
And a lot of times when you have that defensive player who kind of slows the ball down, it really gives the attacker the chance to get back into the court and not have to rely on such a big first step back to the right typically. An unlucky net return there, point UCLA. A lot of the teams matches we're going to see heavy push, heavy underspin to open up, and then they're going to go straight to big soft top to try to, establish who's going to establish offense first. We've noticed that in the first sequence of a few of these points that it's going to be heavy side spin, heavy underspin to start off, and then someone will open up with a big soft top.
All right, Minnesota to serve. Ooh, interesting. She let the ball get away from her, but the opening wasn't quite that powerful from UCLA. So they were able to manage it.
Just a well-placed backhand to the open corner there by Loganathan.
And I like that Loganathan is calling what she wanted her teammate to serve to get the ball that she likes coming back on the third ball. Ooh, a little bit of slip there. She definitely touched that ball. That thing is loaded with spin.
Yep, and that's the sequence that UCLA wanted. That's exactly what they wanted. Unfortunately, she just took that forehand a little long, but that typical rally played into their favor.
All right, little discussion. Looks like they changed the serve at the last second. Oh, that was wonderful. One to get the net ball and return it back, but on that high spin ball, the great touch from Minnesota to keep that in play, keep the rally going.
Yeah, it was absolutely right. Just that ball was souped up with so much heavy topspin. Great job to be able to control that point.
And I like how much Minnesota's talking. Like being the lower seeded team and by a good margin, this communication could be key if they can manage to hang in here and or even beat UCLA.
And then again, we talked about opening up with the heavy push. UCLA tried to return it with heavy push and just dumped it into the bottom of the net.
Oh, and then she lets the defensive rubber kind of use its deception, take some spin off the ball and get a pop up. And actually you can see that they're twiddling. So that's allowing her to use both a smooth rubber and a defensive rubber to kind of play more aggressive and play more defensive on the same side.
Yeah, and if Logan Nathan is going to open up the offense, given this rotation that she is hitting into the offensive player from UCLA, the more aggressive player UCLA, she's going to have to do more. That ball is getting countered each and every time. Even when UCLA misses, they're still going for that big counter. She's just going to have to either pick a better spot or just hit a bigger shot.
A very important point for Minnesota here. See, this is a tough one. If your opponents have the serve at 10-9, right, you want to be the one that really can have the 10 points when they're going into their last serve, so that way you have the serve going into deuce.
Yeah,
well,
just
it
tough
still
there.
worked out.
Yep.
They did it the harder way. So, you know, if you win that first of the two exchanges, you put a little pressure. But this time the pressure's on them, but they rose to the occasion in this sequence here. So now they have the serve to start things off. They got to win by 2.
10-10 here in game 1.
Nice aggressive push there. They're both waiting for the openings. Oh, and she got a nice forehand set up there.
Yeah, it was a great opening. You noticed that they were playing very safe in that rally. It was heavy push, and finally UCLA opened up.
A little unfortunate there. You know, they got away with one by Logan Nathan opening up wonderful, but then the good block had her partner out of position, and she popped the ball up. But then UCLA gave her a push back, and they had a chance to get in the rally, and it was maybe almost the least expected thing for Logan Nathan, and that's what queued up the mistake there.
Yeah, she just wasn't ready for that ball. She wasn't in a position to really be aggressive. Certainly the ball was sitting up middle of the table, and all she had to do was really just get on top of it, go through it. But UCLA, I guess we say they escaped game number 1, 12-10. They are the 3 seed. There is obviously on paper a big rating difference between the 3 seed and 11 seed, but Minnesota played well in game 1. They were very, very competitive in that game. They didn't give up too many points. They didn't beat themselves a whole lot. We saw UCLA with a number of unforced errors early on in there. They were just missing some forehands, but their consistency and their strengths, you know, paid in again. That rotation from one player to the other, where UCLA was able to put the pips rubber, the defender was able to come into play, and it came into the non-attacker from Minnesota, and ultimately it just kind of set up. Now we're going to have a little bit of a reverse of the rotation, so I'm going to be curious to see how Minnesota responds and if they see an opportunity to be more aggressive out of the gate now that the rotation has changed. I like that. I like the fact that they went for it early.
So now we have Logan Othon hitting into the defensive player from UCLA.
I think that will help her because she will not have to force it. Yeah, she can get away with hitting a ball. Doesn't have to be too big because she's not expecting the player from UCLA to attack.
And Chen played pretty stable. It looked like Logan Othon was taking more of the aggressive attack. So with Chen having to play the receive of the defensive player, this might be a more stable rotation for them.
I like the rotation advantage Minnesota based on what we saw in game 1. I want to say that Chen from Minnesota is probably more likely to go after it, even if Logan Othon opens up on the first one. Chen will follow up again right after her. Yep, I like that again. They're moving really well throughout the court. They're taking their chances. It doesn't look like UCLA has that opportunity to counter like they did in game 1.
So the tough part here is if these rotations really are uncomfortable for each team, you know, odd games and even games, if this is Minnesota's favorite rotation, if they can get into game 5, then this is going to end up being the final rotation where they play into the deuce and what can inevitably be, you know, the last pairing that they're going to play to end the match, which would be an advantage for Minnesota.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing the same rotation. UCLA opens up with a push. Player Chen from Minnesota not being afraid to go after it, and then it puts the offensive player, Crystal Liu, has to now get in there and be a little bit more passive or defensive, if you will.
That was a great shot there. Now, hopefully, Minnesota can, you know, kind of keep the gas pedal down and keep applying pressure. Because so far, it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, and that's not something we typically see from UCLA wanting to take a loop off the return of serve opening. It is 8-4 in game number 2. UCLA leads 1-0 in this round of 16 women's doubles.
So the umpire there giving her a little bit of a warning on her service toss. There's nothing wrong with that, though. Nice high service toss.
Yeah, UCLA just looking like they have to go for it, right? They're down 9-4 in the second game. They were able to pull it out, but again, Minnesota playing tough.
Well, it's tough. Like game 3, they'll kind of be in their groove now that they've each seen each other once. In doubles being that, you know, if player A is serving to player B, then in the next game, player A has to serve to player A. And then it keeps rotating or alternating from game to game. Ooh, wonderful little forehand smash there from Crystal Liu. But Minnesota still in the driver's seat here.
Oh, and we see an unexpected backhand loop open court there from UCLA, and she takes it long. I like the fact that I did see that. We have not seen that all game from Carrie Fang, so I'm very curious to see now that they've seen what each team has. They've seen who's the defender. They've seen who's more likely to push, who's more likely to block, who's more likely to open up first in both pairings. I think, again, that last game definitely favored the rotation Minnesota. This rotation goes back in favor of UCLA because their defender can control the point a little bit easier against Logan Othon. Logan Othon pressed a little bit in game one. She wanted to open up with forehands. It just was not big enough to really offset what Carrie Fong had. So again,
Well,
I think
Chen was a bit more aggressive there in that rotation as well than she had in the first game. And she came up clutch with a few points, and that's why we had such a big kind of turnaround.
I think Chin has the better forehand against that heavy pip ball. She brushes it very well. She's able to put a lot of spin on it, and that's exactly what UCLA had a hard time in this rotation. UCLA will not be pressured early based on what we saw in game one. Logan Othon, if the X factor of this in this game is going to be Logan Othon taking bigger cuts on the forehand, because she's going to be the first one with the opportunity to open up.
Well, we will see if any adjustments have been made to their strategies, kind of placement and tactics. And this is not uncommon for there to be little confusions of who's starting in doubles with all the alternating that we have going on. So good slow spin opener from the ball that comes long, and it was just a bit too much for Liu to handle on that backhand block. Oh, great counter. She was sitting there waiting for it.
Yeah, it was a really good counter, but again, I mean, it took a lot for her to be able to get that counter. So I still like what I was seeing from Minnesota in this early stages of game number 3. And that is a lot for UCLA to have to take such a big forehand that she made there, and Minnesota was ready. That's what we saw in game 1. Logan Othon's forehand being able to be countered by Fang.
Just heavy Spain coming out of Crystal Liu there.
Yeah, Jia Yuchen definitely wants that forehand back. It was just sitting up there perfect for her.
Ooh, and the side spin actually came back to bite them there a little bit. Team opting for that tomahawk with that forehand side top. Spin being one of the hard things with table tennis. Like, it's hard to see, but once you feel it, if you've ever played and someone's giving you a lot of spin, you start to gain an appreciation for how hard it is to deal with and how good these players are at feeling it out from all of their experience. Unfortunate break off the net there.
Just unlucky. Minnesota gave one away the point before that, and then they have a net point there.
Now they find themselves behind. But I mean, if they can fight back, it's very important. They can end up having an edge here if they can manage to take this game 3. Because the next rotation, if it's a repeat, they have a favorable matchup.
Well, they are. This is very tight in game number 1. They're doing exactly that. Very similar narrative to what happened in game number 1. UCLA just missing some opportunities. They're going for them again. We think that this is the rotation that favors UCLA, but they've missed some. They've given some away. Again, after the timeout, just trying to figure out the serve receive.
Ball didn't quite have as much underspin as she expected and floated it off the back.
Go.
Nice opening there by Crystal Liu. It's so important on that serve receive if you can have just a nice crisp but clean, just like fundamental stroke. Often that's enough to win the point. You don't have to be too crazy or go for anything too big. Little shock she didn't go for the forehand smash on that one. Opted to push. May have been a little late to the ball or just felt like it was out of her reach a hair.
And we are here knotted at 8-all in game 3. Very similar to game 1. It went all the way to 12-10 in game number 1. UCLA pulled that one out. And again, I think when the rally gets spinning, the ball gets up, we start having to loop and counter. Favors UCLA.
So a little unfortunate there with the edge off the back of the table, but you could argue that the powers that be in table tennis are just giving one back because they were on the receiving end of a net ball earlier.
Again, great usage of the timeout.
Another side net. It's so amazing how many points previously in prior games versus like even just seeing it right there that you can hear from the mic on the net that it touched, but it doesn't even look like the ball's trajectory changed. But it does mess with the spin that you're expecting.
UCLA take game number 3, 11-9. We did not see that come. Excuse me. Minnesota takes game 3, 11-9. The one thing that stands out for Minnesota that we saw carry over from game 1 into game 2 to game 3, there are two things. Both players are fighting for each point. And the teammates of Minnesota, they are communicating very well.
Exactly. We saw that from the very beginning.
They're not being rushed.
Yes.
No matter what happens the previous point.
They're being very thoughtful.
And love what I'm seeing here. I mean, UCLA, again, very, very strong team. They did leave some on the table there, as we say. They let some points get away from them, just as we saw in game number 1, but they were able to pull it out. It was tight. We were at 7-all, 8-7 in game number 3.
It only takes 2 more mistakes in your opponent to lose the game. You can see here 11-9. Even one less mistake, and maybe we're in deuce and still continuing that third match, or third game in the match. But this is good for Minnesota. right? If you're feeling like, you know, the team might be stronger than you, coming out with a 2-1 lead, especially going into the rotation where stylistically looks like it may actually work to their advantage, they have to press to win it all right here. But like we talked about in Game 5, they kind of do still have an advantage on the rotation.
Just unlucky ball there, heavy topspin. Logan Nathon not really able to track that ball. Again, heavy spin, came off the table, and she just kind of whiffed through it. One thing like this, that serve return error there by Minnesota, some of these kind of easy or free points I think helps UCLA loosen up a little bit, gets them back in it where they now are down, and something like that, you see her go for that open forehand flip. I don't mind it, but I don't want to see them feeling like they have to rush.
And the tough part is you want them to earn their confidence back. You don't want to give them their confidence back. And it's weird psychologically. You make a mistake, and then they feel like, oh, I'm back in it, rather than forcing them to make good shots and being like, okay, I feel like I have control over my game, and they can just play more relaxed and free. So sometimes little small mistakes can have a big impact.
Well, that was back-to-back forehand misses there by UCLA. It's 2-all in Game 4.
Oh, the net coming back in again. It was such a great rally, too. Very strategic, getting some cat and mouse in there. And everybody just playing really high precision and quality shots.
Oh, just some heavy side spin there from Logan Nathon. UCLA is smart to take a timeout here. They do not want to get this potentially final game, let it get away from them. So smart usage of the timeout here. We saw them get some easy ones in the very beginning, and then they gave them right back-to-back forehand misses on the returns from UCLA. So Minnesota has to be really excited about where they are in this game. A, it's the rotation that favors them. B, they're up early, and UCLA is going to have to figure something out. I thought I saw it in the third point where they were being patient. They were taking their time. They weren't overhitting. They were pushing, soft topping back into the point, and now they're down too early. But again, it's table tennis. This is an easy point differential that they can get back.
So it looks like UCLA is consulting with one of their teammates. Gonna use the full timeout.
But it is great to see them laughing, which is the first thing, and one of the best things about collegiate table tennis is that these athletes are having fun. They're enjoying playing with each other. They're enjoying representing their school.
Well, and being Minnesota, you almost don't want to see them laughing because you're like, maybe they're not nervous enough. And interestingly enough, that was on the 6th point. They could have taken a towel break and then called a timeout if they wanted to.
Sure.
Kind of doubled up on it. All the ways that people find to mess with their opponents when they find themselves behind. Heavy push. And you've been seeing her. She's really loading those up the whole time. Even flirting with the net, trying to pull that ball down, but it pays off there.
Well, I like it because if she opened up with her own, it's just not enough. Her forehand is just not big enough.
And they're comfortable countering. So most players wouldn't opt for an aggressive defensive shot.
Yeah.
But it's smart that
backhand loop
it's
there.
working here.
Big open forehand there from Jai Chen of Minnesota. Got to be feeling really good now when you see someone just stepping in and taking those big cuts. Serve now to Minnesota. They are up 6-4 in game number 4. Jai Chen to serve.
Loganathan kind of giving one back there. Just a little late to see it's coming to her backhand. Maybe anticipating for, hoping for some forehand play.
Wow. Great point there from UCLA to get this thing
And
back
Jai
at
had
6-all.
the perfect idea. She just had a little bit too much on it. Sails wide.
UCLA to serve, 6-all in game number 4.
And I think that she gave her partner the ball that she wanted, but the little bit of side spin checked and kicked off to the right, maybe more than she anticipated.
Oh, wow. Just 2 unlikely arrows there from UCLA. They've already used their timeout. I did see that after the timeout break, the defender was actually allowing her to twiddle a little bit more and take some cuts on the ball. That is a heavy ball to return. Again, we don't want Minnesota to feel like they're rushed. They are in control of this match right now, and they don't want to give UCLA any free points.
Yeah, but you can see, I mean, they're doing a good job utilizing their time efficiently. So if anything, right now, you can at least say that their teamwork is better and their advantage here in this game to help them like overcome, you know, the potential skill gap between the two teams.
Yeah, just a great forehand drive there by Loganathan.
But they do have to be careful, though. They don't want to get a warning for overdoing it.
Yeah, big opening there by Crystal Liu off the backhand side. I love to be able to see players at 2-wing loop attack.
All right, Minnesota opting to not take the towel break, but still trying to use it for strategy session. These 2 serves are quite important for them.
Wow, just a great point there by UCLA, and they did not waver at all off the net ball. They saw some variations of spins. They stayed committed to being aggressive in that point. UCLA has a game point here in game number 4, trying to take it to 2-all and go to the 5th and deciding game. Minnesota to serve.
Unfortunate there. So luckily UCLA is still alive, even though those high balls, they just have way more spin than you expect. What a wonderful opening by Jiayu Chen.
Yeah, and I know right now, this moment, Kathy Fong really wants that forehand back, the one that she missed off the heavy underspin.
And they do it. I mean, tricky serve. They put themselves in position to have service going into match point, and they pull it off.
Congratulations to Minnesota. Jiayi Chen, Arathi Loganathan, the 11th seed. They upset the 3 seed from UCLA in that round of 16. I know they can't be like this super excited right now after the way this match started. They played well in game number 1.
Ear, walking away from here.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
I mean, they committed to their game. They knew that they, on paper, they were, you know, outmatched, but they came to play. And there were definitely some opportunities there where we thought UCLA was going to get back in it pretty quickly and advantage them. But I want to say we point back to game number 3 when the rotation was back in favor of UCLA, and they did not win that game. So again, congratulations to Minnesota. Honestly, congratulations to the parent from UCLA. They had a great run here in this tournament so far. Again, I am Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman. You are watching day 1 of the 2026 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. We'll be back shortly.
Table 1 going to close us out. NYU going to walk away with the win. At table 2, we close out Minnesota taking best of 5 games. We got a couple more matches coming up. Don't forget to check out the food truck that's outside. There's a food truck here with some delicious Japanese Thai. Be sure to check it out. Plus, go take a look at all the other tables on the other side of the building. See those matches going on. We're going to be kicking off our next 2 matches here. We're going to have NYU versus UCLA, and we're going to have Harvard versus Cornell. That's coming up next. and it is time to shake hands and let the games begin. They're going to play the best 3 out of 5 here at Table 1, NYU versus UCLA. Table 1, UCLA and NYU are warming up now at the table. This match will be umpired by Leo Kai.
And here we are back into day one women's doubles action quarterfinal rounds. It is the battle of the Ivy Leagues. It is Harvard versus Cornell.
Proper enunciation of both of those schools' names there. Very good job, Joel.
Harvard versus Cornell. As the umpire goes through the rules, they get ready for coin toss, easy warm-up. Here we have the #1 seed, Kelly Yin and Hannah Song, versus the 7 seed from Cornell, Gina Fu and Muskan Gupta.
#2, we got Harvard versus Cornell. For the Harvard team, we got Kelly Yin and Hannah Song. And for Cornell, it's Gina Fu and Muskan Gupta. They're warming up now. Remember, best 3 out of 5.
So they're going to go through their 2-minute warm-up. Just try to make sure that they're feeling comfortable and that their strokes are grooved before we start our action here.
It looks like UCLA took the first win.
The other advantage it has is you kind of get to feel your opponent's equipment, maybe get a sense for their touch or their timing.
Yeah, plus the warm-up also, depending on the athlete, helps them shake a little nerves off also.
Just about 60 more seconds here, warm up. Oh, the ball flies into court 1, causing a let point. Hazards of table tennis. The barriers don't always capture the ball within the court. Okay, Harvard to serve. To start this match off in the women's quarterfinals, women's doubles quarterfinals. So pretty standard, you know, opening underspin serves to try and just see how good their short pushing game or short game is. And if it's not really short, then you allow your opponent to, or your teammate to open up with a stronger, more powerful stroke.
Yeah, and umpire just getting some clarification there from the teammate bench. Wanting to make sure that if you are not an official coach or designated as coach, you are not allowed into the competition area. So the teammates from Harvard had to step outside of the court. Just a heavy, heavy underspin serve there from Kelly Yin.
A little interesting, not quite a flip, a little bit of a slide down the line. Kind of coming from underneath of the ball and like sending your opponent's spin right back to them. So probably the 5th time that we've seen this today so far. The umpires, whether they've been instructed to or However, we've noticed a thing that they're being a little, let's say proactive, not hard on the players, but proactive about a lot of the details, the finer details of serving, calling them. At least they're giving lets and giving them a chance to correct it before they take any points. I've only seen one so far where they actually took a point away for a double infraction of something they'd already been warned about.
Well, Logan, I do like to see that the umpires are establishing early, right, letting the players know, hoping that if they can send this message on day one that something won't be called critical when we get to semifinal, finals of all of the events and one of these athletes gets called on toss. Or
that's when you can, emotions are running high because of how important the matches are, and then they're maybe, want to argue with the umpires. So
just a beautiful inside-out backhand there from Kelly in open court.
I mean, that's 2 shots back-to-back from Kelly that were quite impressive. So this is actually, something that happens in racket sports. You can have blowout games, and then the next one is a nail-biter. But looking at the ratings, the teams aren't that far off. They're definitely within the same realm of talent, and so we'll have to see if anything can be done, or
Harvard just really showed you right out of the gate why they're the #1 seed. They were able to beat Cornell 11-1 in game number 1. Obviously, Kelly in just being a very, very strong player. We saw a lot of diversity in her game where it didn't look like she was just going to want to all-out hit everything or be aggressive. She placed a lot of pushes, open, gap back on the court, but just her control over the ball is really what stood out the most to me in game number 1.
Yeah, and they definitely let her take over, and you don't want that. You don't want to let the A player or the top seed be able to have their way. Their confidence builds, and then they start throwing all the tricks at you, right? Because they have high confidence. And that's 4 in a row, continuing from the previous game where Kelly's just hitting like outright winners, and it's not necessarily overpowering, but some overpowering, some good placement. So the quality all the way around has been with Kelly.
Umpire calls a fault. Gina Fu's questioning what happened there. We don't know if it was the toss, if the ball was on the other side of the line.
Well, it's important that she gets clarification, but also not to let the ref's call get in her head. She doesn't need any, so you can see from the body language she may be a little bit frustrated from that call. But the rallies in table tennis are too quick. If you dwell on something for too long, you can be 3 or 4 points behind before you get your head back in the game.
Yeah, just a great opening forehand there from Hannah Song. Gina Fu might need to call a timeout here. She looked a little rattled after that fault call that was called on her. Just another heavy push return there from Hannah Song. Stayed super low. Yeah, and then you saw it there. Gupta just really late on that backhand counter.
Well, you don't want to see it as a runaway, but you can tell that Gina Fu is just a little bit, not quite focused.
Yeah.
And then the net doesn't help. Like,
net open court winner there by Kelly Yin from Harvard. Again, they are just steamrolling in game number 2, picking up exactly where they left off in game number 1.
and they need to do something, but like at this point, if you had called a timeout 3 points ago, to shake it off, but now you kind of want to wait maybe to the next game if you need it.
And again, we just see just the impressive control. Just not a really big forehand, but a well-placed heavy spin, catching her opponent, going opposite direction. Just a beautiful forehand on the return.
And then unfortunately, a little bit of conflict of movement.
And a little gimme point there from Harvard. Cornell to serve. They are down 2-10 in game number 2 after losing game 1 11-1. And even Hannah showing a little bit of ball control of her own.
Yeah,
that was around the net post forehand almost with some
precision.
Precise soft topspin. Not a high looping ball, but just a beautiful around the post forehand there that was just so heavy for Cornell. They lose game number 2 here, Logan. Harvard fully in control of this match, up 2-0. Again, if you're watching at home, you can clearly see why Harvard is the #1 seed. Didn't look like Cornell really had any answers for them even after losing game 1 11-1.
Well, the one thing that Cornell does have for them, they have a coach in their corner, and coaches can help, coaches can hurt, and it's kind of the third leg of the team, if you will. If you can find a good rapport, they understand your game, and you guys kind of work together outside of the tournament, then the coach can be a huge benefit. So, and even just for motivation, right? So hopefully he found the words that they needed to hear, and they're gonna calm down, breathe a little bit, and lock in for this next game.
And in this game, really, you just want to see Cornell just get off to a great start. Like, if we can just get off to a good start, get a few points on the board, just like that.
There you go.
That's what we need from them right now, just to get them back in this match, for them to get a few points there. Hopefully, Harvard's intensity doesn't drop off a little bit. We've seen that happen from time to time. Not from Harvard, but we've seen that happen in other matches where someone just has a really, really large lead, and their focus and maybe intensity drops off a little bit.
But again, Kelly's just playing very smart, and she's waiting. She's holding the ball and then picking the angle at the last possible second. And it is tricky when someone has that capability. But she's playing the whole table, right? So Kelly gets them back to all square, 2-2.
Yeah, she is, and again, she just has such great control and feel over the ball.
And then her teammate Hannah, just really clean inside-out forehand into the backhand of Gupta. Just a couple high-quality shots to get them the lead back. So again, we're seeing the #1 seed, like, the team is very balanced. And I think those teams are the ones that kind of have less, streaky rallies and points. They kind of can take control and keep the pressure. But they have all the shots and a lot of touch, so it's really hard to contend with that when you don't really feel comfortable going anywhere. You can't pick on their backhand. You want to stay and hold the backhand line, but then they wait and they hook it off to your forehand, and it makes it hard to make decisions when they have that much control.
Yeah, even at that point, you saw Harvard just kind of played it a little lax there. Again, Cornell has 4 points. 4 points in game number 3 is more than they had total coming into game 1 and 2. They have to be feeling really good about that.
And all they really need is just the belief back that they can, come back or just win this game, not even come back and reverse sweep. Like, they just need the confidence, like, hey, we're going to win this game, and then we'll see what happens.
And again, just a beautiful backhand loop there. Was not really, really big, but I'm sure that spin was so heavy.
It was. And I mean, it's like the 4th or 5th time that we've seen Kelly go to that. And earlier you were asking about some of the matches in the men's match. UPR, one of their players, Darby, he was taking this tactic. But you see, like, she feints that I'm going inside out, makes you worry about the wide angle, and then there she goes down the line to set up another combination for her team to win that point.
Oh,
Very
great
nice
counter there
counter.
by Gina Fu of Cornell, and Cornell saying, hey, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
We
we're
know
still
what
here.
happened in game 1 and game 2, but we are in game 3. They trail 6-7, but just a beautiful counter there by Gina Fu of Cornell.
Hey, Gina playing with a wide line of her own. I mean, this is good. Cornell is starting to play how they should have played the first 2 games.
Right.
And you can't always explain how or why athletes are in their own head or what they're dealing with, maybe even outside of the venue. But it's good to see that they're focused now.
Yeah, and then again, the confidence to go for that shot, really sees that they see an opportunity here in game 3 that they can win one, just to get on the board and see what they can do in game number 4. But again, it's tied up against 8-all here against a very tough Harvard team.
A little bit of fortune goes in the way of Cornell on that last point. And not able to capitalize on it.
And they give one right back on the return of serve. So
The only silver lining here is that at 9-9, they have 2 serves, which is enough to close out this 3rd game and put a point on the board for their team.
and just like that, Harvard has match point.
Now, they haven't taken their timeout, correct? This could be a good offensive timeout. And
Oh,
thankfully,
wow.
they did not need it.
Muskan Gupta just
Because-
with a nice reactionary block up line. Harvard definitely did not think that ball was coming
I mean,
back.
If I'm Gupta, I see my teammate kind of, emotionally frustrated. We only have one chance to tie it up. You bring your coach into the mix and slow it down, but
And just like that, table tennis giveth and table tennis taketh away. And we have a yellow card warning there from the umpire on Gina Fu for what we
First
call
call of the
unsportsmanlike
day.
conduct, kicking of the ball. He is now slowing down play, documenting this, and you can see the frustration on Gina Fu's face. And I hate to see this moment for the athletes right now. It's tight at 10-11 here in game number 3.
let's hope she doesn't. She puts a clean serve in play. Oh, and her teammate, wants to bail her out there. Because, I mean, you guys play together all the time. You're all in this together. I know I play harder when I'm on a team because I want to help everybody, you know, whenever I can. So, you know, Gupta went for the forehand, went into the net. It wasn't to be. And their hopes of winning a women's doubles match has now been stifled, and you know, there's always training and coming back for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the pairing from Cornell, the 7th seed, they have something to build off on, right? They made it to the quarterfinals of this 2026 championships. We hope to see them in 2027. Congratulations to them for making it this far. But as we see, the #1 seeds from Harvard, Kelly Yin and Hannah Song, advance. Again, you are watching day #1 of the 2026 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. During this time, we'd like to take a moment to thank some of our sponsors, Paddle Palace and Itaku, Go Rockford, GoRockford.com, Major League Table Tennis, Pong Space, Pika Pong, and the great folks at NCTTA. Without the staff and volunteers at NCTTA and their wonderful partners like Go Rockford and Pika Pong, none of this championship could be possible. So we're really thankful for them and all of you that are tuning in here watching day 1 action. Again, I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman, and we'll be back shortly.
We got table 2 coming out. We're going to kick off our second match here. Table 2 coming to the table. For Columbia, we got Rachel Wong and Jing Yen Chuo. At table 1 here in a timeout. 8 to 10 here in game 4. UCLA can get to 11, get the win. They will go to game 5 here in UCLA versus NYU.
And we have here in the women's doubles quarterfinals, we have North Carolina versus Columbia. And we're already off to a good start here with UNC leading 3-2.
Representing Columbia in the light blue is Rachel Wong and Jinyan Shao. Representing North Carolina in the darker blue is Sarah Gulabani and Isabel Shu. As we can see here, a little bit different pace from that last game we saw where we did see the #1 seed from Harvard, a very, very controlled game. Here we have the #2 seed from Columbia, Rachel Wong and Jinyoung Shou.
V-side top.
There was a time where you didn't see a lot of people playing reverse pinhole, but it's becoming very, very popular, even reaching other parts of the world where you see one of the top players in the world, Felix Lebrun.
From France.
From France, who also uses it, but he uses it a lot. I mean, that is a big
staple in his
big
game.
weapon on his game.
So Columbia coming out swinging to tie it up. Putting a little bit of extra aggression, but this has still been a back and forth tug of war thus far.
And we really expect to see that at this point. When we're talking about we're in the quarterfinals, we just saw the 1 seed versus the 7 seed. Here we have the 2 seed versus the 8 seed. I wouldn't expect anything less out of these players.
There's the RPB, and it lands.
And that was just such a big backswing that you took. You took a big, deep arcing ball into that open corner. Just a beautiful shot.
Ooh, nice little inside-outside spin to send the ball down the line. Kind of an off-pace shot, not giving your opponent much to counter back with you. Going for the RPB again. But the thing is, if she ends up finding a way to get that ball in play and she finds her groove, she's going to, hit really heavy, nasty shots. that are going to be hard for her opponents to deal with. Ooh, fantastic rally here. So we now have game point, Columbia with the serve to try and close out this first game and take the initial lead.
And again there, you see Jin Young Cho going for that big reverse pendulum backhand. Sorry, the reverse pinhold backhand.
Well, the best time to do it is to do it in the first game. And then if you can find your rhythm and against your opponent's tempo, you can be a big weapon once you've got your confidence.
Yeah, they reeled off a bunch of quick points there. They were really, really close early into the game, and then Columbia just had some really solid points to get out here in game number 1. They take game 1 11-8. Again, you're watching the number 2 seed from Columbia, Rachel Wong, versus Jin Cho, versus the 8th seed out of North Carolina, Sarah Golabani and Isabella Hsu.
And if you notice, Columbia, their coach is actually Kai Zhang. He played on the U.S. national team and a very high-level table tennis player himself.
I believe Kai has been doing some things in MLTT related. I'm not really sure which team he's participating in, but he's been very active in that over the last year or so.
And MLTT being one of our sponsors, lots of help with the equipment that you see out here. Some of it coming from MLTT, and they've provided big support and big help for us to put our event on this weekend. All right, so game 2, UNC to serve. Just making sure that the order is correct going into the second game.
Yeah, unfortunately there, saw the team from UNC leave that return just a little high. Columbia sees the opening very quickly. And then again, the return, Golabani just leaves it up a little high on that opening push. That's back-to-back free points for Columbia.
Ooh, high quality rally there. Trying to opt for power from both sides, kind of going for bigger forehand loops.
I would like to point out, though, UNC has some very snazzy jerseys.
Well, these young college kids, they have style, right? Or at least they have their style, unlike us older folks. I've been quite jealous of some of the players' shoes, too. I don't know where they find some of these combinations of colors and even shoes that are just incredibly comfortable.
Great rally there by these athletes. Unfortunately, Jian Xiao was not able to capitalize on her backhand side. Errant backhand just goes a little long. For somebody that typically it was designed for blocking and controlling the point, but she is going after those reverse backhands.
Well, when it comes to a stroke, like if you think about it kind of logically from the risk-reward standpoint, you only really need to be like 60% for it to be worth it in terms of, you know, if you know you can win 60% of the points going for the big stroke.
Yeah, and we saw that she did it there on the opening return. Forehand dumped into the bottom of the net. They still lead 6-4 in game 2, but they don't want to let UNC get back into this.
Nice clean backhand opening from Hsu there.
Yeah, Isabella Hsu with a beautiful backhand of her own.
And Interesting timeout call there.
Columbia takes timeout. Players have roughly 60 seconds, and with that, we too are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you again. You're watching day 2 of day number 1 on table 2 of the women's quarterfinals of doubles. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman. We'll be back in just a moment.
We got North Carolina versus Columbia. Columbia has 1 game under their belt. We're playing best 3 out of 5. We got 1 more match to go down at table 1. We're going to be bringing back out Minnesota and NYU duos. So be sure to stick around. 1 more match going down right here at table 1 in a couple minutes.
We are back in action here again. Columbia leads 6-5 in game 2. They're already up 1-0, and they're just at this point trying to determine who's the server, who's the receiver. Jing Young Shao of Columbia to serve. Tied up all here. Sarah Gulabani. Again, we saw some of that in the Minnesota matchup where one player just wasn't able to counter as big as the other. Gulabani jumps that into the bottom of the net.
She felt it there. Kind of let the spin overwhelm the shot selection that she chose, and ball got away from her. So looks like Sarah Gulabani is having just a little bit of trouble with those heavier topspin receives. Great touch there on that one. Just keep it in play, good placement. Sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, you definitely know that Rachel Long wants that forehand back. I mean, her partner just did a great job of setting her up.
And it looked like Jingyan Xiao had the forehand that she was actually looking for, but a little bit mistimed. Ball was nice and high. That's the kind of one that you stay aggressive with, so she had the good choice. And then she follows it up and makes up for it with a great service receive. Super spinny serve there. You could tell she loaded that one up and used a ton of wrist. And that's kind of what we call the out serve, right? Something that you need, that you haven't shown them. And in a point that has, you know, a lot of weight to it, you want to be able to have something you can rely on, but it's quite tricky. So
yeah, we definitely noticed there what we saw in the previous matchup. Columbia did not squander their lead. They won the opening game. They followed up winning the second one. We saw in the other matchup, the Minnesota game. The third seed was not of UCLA was not able to hang on, and ultimately they did end up losing that match.
Well, and it's even, I mean, it turned out to be a really intelligent call for them to take that timeout. You know, they could feel the momentum slipping away, and that's like, you have to be very experienced to understand that, to know what that feels like. Like, hey, even though it's a tight game, we could keep playing, but a lot of people save the timeout all the way to the end when things are like falling off the rails, but they took a proactive timeout and it paid off, so now they're up 2-0.
They absolutely did, and you're right, Logan, about that. And we did see that both players were looking to take cuts. And what I do like is that from what I'm seeing, Rachel Wong is probably the bigger player of the two. But the backhand from Jingyoung Xiao, she does not shy away from that at all. And I think it definitely paid off in that second game.
So smiles on the faces of the Colombian players, even though they ended up losing that rally there. But in good spirits, allows Jingyoung Xiao to come up with that RPB that she's been trying to groove, you know, for the first 2 games.
And again there, Isabella Xu tries to do a backhand of her own, just whiffing.
Nice forehand opener. So at this point, it seems like UNC is going to have to start bringing that ball in, serving double bounces, you know, something that's quite tight to the net when it gets on the other side. Otherwise, Jingyan looks like she's starting to get quite comfortable opening up on those serve receives.
And that's the last thing you really want is an aggressive player just getting into a bit of a rhythm. And then you get to a point where you really don't know what to do because everything is traveling one bouncing long and they're just going for every shot.
And again, Xiao just kind of staying with that confidence, even though she missed one on the previous set of rallies. She's had that smile on her face, and you know she's not letting it get her down, because when you start getting a little negative about, you know, negative intrusive thoughts, you start tightening up, which actually hurts your ability to get that loop to stay in play.
Yeah, but even that forehand, she went after it. She knows that she wants that one back with a slight smirk on her face. It is 5-4 here in game 3. But again, just Columbia just feeling very comfortable going right back to the opening, right back to attacking, following up one big forehand after the other. That's the kind of game and rhythm they want to stay in. I don't think they want to get into a slow, pushing paced game.
Well, yeah, if they get into a touch, like very safe target style rallies, that might actually allow UNC to not feel as much pressure and to stay in it. And if UNC can't match their firepower, then it makes sense to try and play, you know, a more high impact style of play and go for more powerful shots.
Again, Rachel Wong, big backhand up the line. Columbia just really feeling it in this third game, Logan.
And at this point, UNC hasn't used their timeout. They find themselves down 3-2 now, but you only have 2 points. So you could take an offensive timeout here to try and, you know, ensure that you get to 8, or to give yourself the best chance to get to 8, or you can see how it turns out.
Yeah, and just let one of those forehand pushes sail a little long. Columbia leads 9-6 in game number 3 after taking the opening 2.
So now at 9-7, they're going to want to just have really clean, kind of safe, controlled opening on the receive. Maybe not go for too much, because you don't want to hand them the 10th point and put all the pressure on yourself.
Again, there, the backhand again from Jingyoung Xiao, that just seems to be something that she clearly has drilled over and over again with lots of repetitions, in that the comfort that she has wanting to play that shot from anywhere on the table.
So 8-10 on match point, you have the serve. It wouldn't be the worst thing ever to give yourself some time to talk about your tactics, seeing as though it's match point, and then the net decides that it wants to come into play and kind of make the final decision on how this game's going to end. 11-8 across 3 games. It's nothing to actually feel bad or hang your head about. I mean, North Carolina was the lower seed, but they put up a strong fight, and a couple small nets, edges, or just decisions, could have taken them to deuce or even gotten them a few games to continue their chances at their doubles run.
Yeah, and we definitely saw that some of those games could have gone the other way. But at some point, Columbia just kept the pressure on North Carolina. They did not deviate away from wanting to be aggressive. Especially they were opening up off the return in the second game. So again, congratulations to the number 2 seeds of Columbia, Rachel Wong and Ji-Young Shao. Again, a big round of applause for the 8 seed coming out of Carolina. North Carolina making it to the quarterfinals here. Sarah Gulabani and Isabella Shu. Congratulations to those young ladies. Again, you are tuning in, watching day number 1 of the 2026 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships here in Rockford, Illinois. Again, I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman. We're going to go to some outside action here. If you are tuning in, we have NYU versus Minnesota on table number 1.
be sure to